of the National Assembly. The member.
Junaid Mohammed, MP Suna East. David Kosing, MP Pogo South.
Mary Massa, MP Teso South.
Abdul Rahim Daoud, MP North Imenti Meru.
George Gitonga Murugara, MP Faraka, Farakanifi. Owen Baya, MP Kilifi North.
Robert Mbui, MP Kadien.
Stephen Mule, MP Matungulu.
Didoraso, MP Saku.
Abdi Shurie, MP Balambala, Garissa County.
Mishimbako, MP Likoni.
Rehab Mukami, County MP Nyeri.
We have some other MPs who probably are on the way. We've seen the weather is not very good out there. You are Beatrice Asukul Moe.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Have I pronounced your name correctly?
Yeah, it's called Beatrice Asukul Moe.
Moe, yes, correct. Welcome once again. You will interact with us on oath. So I'll invite you, depending on your faith, to take the Bible or the Holy Quran or the Holy Book of the Hindu religion.
The Bible, Mr. Speaker.
Bible. So be upstanding, take the Bible in your right hand, and recite the oath that you will be shown.
I, Beatrice Asukul Moe, do swear that the evidence I shall give before this committee and the matter under its consideration shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help.
Thank you. And sign to the oath. Documents to the sergeant to pass the back. Cross-check in our position. Having done that, I'll now invite the Deputy Speaker to be the first to ask. Sorry. I invite you, Beatrice, to introduce yourself to the committee and to the country people are watching. Name, educational background, and any key competence to make you feel you are suitable for appointment office.
Beatrice Asukul Moe. That is my current marital name. Previously, I used to be called Beatrice Asukul. Both are my names. First and foremost, for feeling it better for me to be the opportunity to serve this Kenya. Currently, I'm married. I'm a mother of 3. Back to my personal status and education. And before that, I will speak how I was born. I'm born in Lokichar, Turkana South Sub-County, Turkana County, in a place called Kapese. KBC is family known for the oil block, Block 10BB. If you remember the Talo exploration thing, that is the area where I was born. By the late parents, mom and dad, may their soul rest in eternal peace. Thereafter, I went to Lokchari Mixed Primary School. After finishing my class 8, I was called in St. Joseph's Chepterit Girls High School in Kapsabet, Nandi County. I started Form 1 up to Form 3. Reaching Form 3, by then when we were called, there was special allocation for girls who would join provincial school or national school within the county in terms of the needy ones. I was privileged to be one of those who are considered when I was called at Chepterit Girls High School, Kapsabet. So I enjoyed the privilege of being supported by that fund up to Form 3. I don't know what really happened. When we were now reporting Form 4, it was too unfortunate that we were told the fund has come to an end for political reasons. By then, being a student could not even tell what it is to be political in disconnecting your future. So that is what happened. A number of us were affected. Number of students that were supported in the alliance schools, big schools, national schools were affected. So what finally happened was I sat home. I stayed home for 9 months, and it was simply because I had no way out. Because even as we were using, when I had a school, you know what it means to be fed to go to school, or to go to school in order to get food, now along the way, or even to learn. So after that, I felt like I can't wait anymore. I had to register myself privately in Kitale High School, one of the schools in Kitale, just to finish. So after finishing, I had shortly to join Oxfam as a food relief monitor, just to make ends meet. I only did that for 1 year, and then thereafter I decided to go to Kobuje Social Development Institute, where I did my certificate. And all this was because the government institutions were less in Turkana. There were more of churches, institutions, and non-government organizations. When you would go realigning with the opportunity around the place. It was to serve in an institution or to serve in an organization. I've cleared all that I'm waiting to graduate. Now, on the side of experience, I worked as a relief food monitor with Oxfam. After my training with Kobuje Development Training Institute, I joined AMREF Research Kenya, AMREF Kenya that a program that was dealing with livestock and eye-darted disease. And it was basically in the northern part of Turkana, by then the greater Turkana North. And then thereafter, I was able to be appointed in the Rift Valley Water Services Board as a director. The first attempt was, I was interested to really getting into the nitty-gritty of development in terms of what is going on within the management. So I happened to be picked as the, which I served for 1 year, and then to be for I really wanted to influence and the things that would really work out something different in Turkana, because I had a better ground of what it was to benefit from government institutions. So thereafter, I had to join county government of Turkana as a CEC in charge of water, reclamation, and that was the bigger ministry in the entire. Though thereafter they had to split it and even have 2 chief officers and are working under one CEC. I was in the, so I was
Thank you, Beatrice. Question.
Thank you. Kenya's arid and semi-arid lands have suffered documentation. Currently, there's a lot of attention on the docket to which you're nominated, the East African Community. In those.
I suffered many years of marginalization. I saw that happen because I was present and I'm present where this thing, the marginalization that is coming to these arid lands is based on the stereotype and the information and the media that like this because I've of these things. So sometimes when I say I, which I agree is that you do right away to make sure this marginalization and everything else is working to the realization of resistance is incorporating the policies, the people, and everything else into negotiating, and then have their issues raised in a way that it will finally come to the ministry at headquarters for policy influence. The pastoral into the to speak from what, and they will be able to get better attention to the effect of this cope with time, because it is one of the areas that receiving the impact of climate to be go enhance climate resistance, the ability to cope should actually incorporate be from the top down, down, up, so that at least up, they're operating themselves.
Majority Leader, you've just come in. Are you ready to ask a
Nominee, my name is Kim. And Beatrice, I see you have a very rich background in social work, and you also mentioned you worked with Oxfam as a relief food officer. And I'm certain you know part of your work in this ministry will involve the distribution of relief food. But this is one area that has been riddled with a lot of malpractices, especially the procurement and distribution. I'd want to hear what you would do if you are approved by this committee to ensure, one, that we have a very accountable system of procurement of the relief food and how it will be distributed on the ground to make sure that it gets to the right people, not benefiting government officers who are charged with the responsibility of distributing it. Two, I don't see in your CV and your work experience any experience touching on trade matters. And you know the EAC docket with the East African community, trade is very critical. And part of the problems we have encountered in the recent past is having governments, the government of Kenya, not being present to negotiate on behalf of the country with the EAC countries. And we see an influx, especially of agricultural products, from onions from our neighboring countries, potatoes, at times maize. Farmers in the south and north rift, where you come from, suffer with their maize, and they can't market their maize because cheaper maize is coming from our neighbors in the region. What specific measures will you put in place to make sure that the tariff barriers that
on procurement on relief foods. Actually, the procurement process does not really have to be specific to the relief food. Procurement processes under finance are very clear, they are well stipulated, and the procedures must be followed in the sense that if a particular government, a particular institution would want to feed it, they've decided on a particular product to take to the people. What you do is you just advertise as it's been, you do all those procedures up to where you award the tender to distribute. And now after that, by the trickle down and up effect that we are saying, let's incorporate the communities down and then influence what happens here, originating from them. What we will do, we will produce a list of the potential beneficiaries or those ones that need to be helped or to be cushioned from the drought. Then those ones, lists that informs those that will benefit. Because the story to do with whether food reach the people or not, it's sometimes the making of the careless people because they think God in heaven is not watching. It is just good to be truthful. When it is time to feed the people, buy the food, make sure it reaches the most vulnerable members of the society. So for me, the procurement process is still as it is in the other ministries, in the other public finance management acts.
Maybe before she moves away from that question, Beatrice, particularly what I want to hear, I don't know if you have been briefed from the ministry, what happens? In the we'll usually go to some system. But from the time the suppliers branch is pre-qualifying people, the prices given vary. For instance, a bag of maize I want to hear in terms of getting value for money for the people of Kenya. Will we continue with the same old system through suppliers branch, or will you come in with new thinking to make sure that the procurement process is very transparent? You are able to match with the market prices, because there's no reason buying a bag of maize for 6,000 shillings or when the current market price is 4,000 shillings, simply because the people who are pre-qualified by the suppliers branch were pre-qualified at a time when the prices were 6,000. New innovation, what new thinking are you bringing to the ministry?
My understanding is
through the chair.
Through the chair.
Yes.
Through the speaker. I think what we need to do, of course there are malpractices that people have gotten used to. And having been a relief monitor, the process are very clear, just like the way we would procure. Of course there is pre-qualification. Value for money should be informed by the market, that you don't bring people that escalate or put the prices up for other value, yet the market price does not go along with it. I think if I'll be a committee, I'll make sure I'll be myself present in terms of, if this is the pre-qualification, what is the market price, so that we get value for money. And then on the side of trade, whether I have knowledge of trade, Mr. Speaker, sir,
I'm used to. So like unaware, we our community of EAU. Having variance in prices, I still believe even in the trade, the commodities that are brought, we must also study because this commodity is not centralized in a place. It is all agricultural, sorry?
Nominee.
Yes, Speaker.
You didn't get his question.
Okay.
East African community, like all other regional trade blocs, trade is governed by rules. It's not about getting a bag of maize and cross to Sudan and come back with a cow, or vice versa. It is a trade regime that is complex, dealing with customs, movement of goods, who produces what, and when the East African community countries come together, they formulate that govern how we trade to everyone. So his question is, does it deal with that kind of regime? If you find favor with the committee and get this office, how are you going to handle East African affairs, knowing, and this has come up before, that Kenya at the table of trade with us? What are you going to do to improve our bargaining chip at the table of trade negotiations? That is the question that the majority leader was asking.
Thank you. Anything that is...
Speaker, probably even just to put it in layman. For instance, between us and our neighboring Tanzania, there are onions that come from there. The people of Loitoktok are growing onions. But because we see markets, we don't levy duties on products. No taxes are paid on products coming from Tanzania. Products, like you are saying, you take your products to Sudan without paying duty, they bring their products without paying duty. We need to protect our onion farmer in Loitoktok and in Kieni. And why we negotiate properly at the EAC Council of Ministers to protect our farmers, because it's possible to exempt and say, for this particular product, our country is disadvantaged and we need to levy, so that what is coming from Tanzania protects our local farmers. It is that what
normally when the two parties that are enjoying their own sovereignty are involved, what you do, you really have negotiate so that at least you can give and take. Because I personally feel there's nothing impossible when the willing heart sit. And of course, we already know so much of what is happening in the world has come out of negotiation, consulting, reviewing. So if I happen to be appointed to this docket, that will be my work. I will make sure the partners, my equals in those countries, are able to agree. We can share the report because I know we are beginning from somewhere. We are not starting from a plain ground. Actually, we will have the concept of what may have happened, and then we discuss based on that to do give and take so that our own customers, our own, because of course something, when a product comes cheap, it is good to the customers, but bad to the producer, who is doing the same locally. So what we need to do is, we need a situation where the producer does not take advantage of the consumer, and the consumer as well do not suffer, but again are able to accommodate and get these products at a price of give and take. And for Kenya, definitely being a Kenyan representative at that time, if that time come to pass, then it will be my role to get into the trade, negotiate with those people, agree, of course, as consulting also with our own farmers on something that we will put on the table as they put theirs. So we agree finally on what the policy that the one of the
yes, go ahead.
Through the chair, the speaker, that was then that I was were able to choose the deputy party leader. Actually, you work things as they appear on the table. I did every part. So there was, as you said, issues on the table. We agreed, and we said somebody running like this, and those are the binding grounds through it. We got. It was not the ODM that decided the vet. I was only one person. The rest are from the other representative of the party. But whatever happened, happened because there were benchmark through to I was right at that time.
In any case, it was a...
Yes, thank you.
Yes, Junet?
Mr. Speaker, just to add to it, actually, I'm the one who appointed her to that committee. And I was satisfied with her work. She did a fantastic job. But anyway, that's beside the point. No, Kalonzo was going to become the president, up and belly. Anyway, Mr. Speaker, that is not the issue. I want to ask her, as somebody who has lived in Asol area, and you know very well that people in that area, as the Deputy Speaker has asked, have suffered for many years. And most of the time, they complain that they don't get any help from government. But today, you have been nominated from an Asol area to deal with those issues that affect those people who come from Asol area and from regions that feel marginalized in this country, despite devolution being in place and counties being in place that money is devolved. What different are you going to do if you are approved by this committee to help those people who live in the Asol areas? And secondly, you are going to become, if you are approved, the Minister for the East African Community. And you can see the community is growing. It used to be 6 in number. I think now they are 8 or something. DRC has joined. Somalia has joined. How are you going to harness the potential in that community, which now has close to 500 million people in terms of numbers? How will that be, helpful to you if you are approved as a minister by this committee? Thank you very much.
Through the speaker.
Go ahead.
An ASAL person, one who grew in a ASAL, I tend to believe I have what it takes through my own personal experience and through what I was seeing people do in that area. Pastoralists are good people. Pastoralists, if you recognize, if they are made to understand things and then you are there to explain. Pastoralists are good people. They can adopt new initiatives when sensitized. If created an awareness, they can implement things that would be implemented elsewhere. So what I mean by me being there, I'll make sure they're involved in all these things that would improve their lives. Actually, I will be speaking from a point of information on what has been going on. As a pastoralist, I will be better placed to use my experience and my upbringing to make sure these communities actually get what they deserve without being traumatized the way they used to be. The information that is in circulation has never favored them. It is full of stereotyping. It is just too negative, poor publicity and very negative publicity. When I'll be on board, I will make sure the right information is given, the right analysis is given, so that their lives is going to be improved. At least be assured that one will be well done. Now, on growing East Africa community, in the world of economy, you need now to grow the economy. You need that would do production. You need again a population that would consume what is produced. So if we grow and grow more, that will be to the advantage of the community, because we will have many targets around, they will have many supplies, we will have the mode of trade will really be up to it, because the people that will be producing and the people consuming and the people trading across each member state will be a good population that will grow economy in terms of value.
Thank you, Beatrice. Now we'll take batches of 2, 2, 2, or 3, then you answer. Isula? One question.
Thank you, Speaker. I want to know from the nominee, in case you're approved by this committee and the National Assembly, how you will walk the tight balance between protecting the interests of our country while at the same time taking care of the interest of the community. You know, there are allegations and misconceptions or conceptions that, you know, Kenya and other countries in the community compete, like Tanzania, DRC, Somalia, on other interests. So how will you walk that tight balance between that in 2024 we are still talking about food, relief food and tendering processes, areas, the ASAL areas?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and the nominee on the board asked. I want to know, Mr. Speaker, Chairman, how will the nominee balance, or how will the nominee gain confidence now that she has been appointed in the office of East Africa, and particularly on the ASAL, coming from one of the communities which fight other communities in the North Rift and in the entire ASAL? I want to know how she will gain confidence, because now the and God-given enemies, so the Samburus and the Turkanas.
God does not give enemies.
That is what we believe, Honorable Speaker. Maybe you will change our thinking, but that is our thinking. So, Honorable Speaker, the nominee is being watched by the ASAL communities a lot. How will she address that issue of the conflict in the ASAL for them to gain confidence from? And number two, the regional development agencies. These regional agencies, Honorable Speaker, there's been a thinking that these regional agencies are doing what counties are supposed to be doing. They should have actually disappeared and or work for counties. Now that they work in national government, and perhaps now, and in this case, should Parliament approve her, they will work under her. She comes from the counties that believe that these agencies should work for counties. What is her opinion, Honorable Speaker, on these regional agencies?
This nominee will take Gikaria, or you'll rest a bit. Okay, answer those two.
Thank you. Through the Speaker.
And relax, don't be tense. Don't be...
I'm okay, Mr.
Yes,
Mr.
just
Speaker.
relax.
I'm okay.
And answer the questions as they come.
Mr. Speaker, I was only thinking that once there are 4 questions, and then I answer that one, then invite another
Now
one.
answer Naisula's 2 questions and Posing's question.
Through the Chair, the question by Mheshimiwa Naisula, the country interest versus the community interest. Above all, I acknowledge the fact that the country is the appointing authority. And within the appointing authority, there is sovereignty of Kenya that needs to be protected. There's political interest of Kenya that needs to be protected. And I equally believe even those that are representing the community elsewhere have their own thing to protect. But now, in terms of the bigger agenda, Kenya being mentioned as the state that is dividing, that is pushing hard, not dividing, pushing hard for the full realization of East Africa community affairs, I believe it will not be like me alone. We will consult with the other teams. We will work on a joint decision. We will collaborate on affairs that would add value to the growth. because at that time it will not like I will be favoring them and disadvantage the country, or disadvantage the country and favor them. Whatever way, I will be firm in terms of what is good for all of us as a country and as a point that would propel the growth of the community. So I will make sure it is balanced, but of course underneath, protect the interest and the sovereignty of the Republic of Kenya. Food. Relief food, whether it is sustainable. Actually, for those who supply relief food to us, feel when they cushion us from the tough droughts, they are doing us a good service. But if we evaluate the period through which we have been having relief foods, there's nothing really much sustainable about it. I would explore a situation where we get alternatives, like putting a market to a choice where when you give like a safety net provision to the beneficiaries, they are able to go and buy things of their choice. Because I believe at that specific time, I also believe relief food is not well, it's not, if you look at the money they used to procure relief food is so much that would be turned into an activity in a good season. Like for example, if we have it's only in bad weather that relief food are important. But in good weather, the same money would be turned into an activity that would sustain the people positively in terms of investing food production, investing in the know-how, and how people would cushion themselves from the effect of the drought. But again, this habit of staying till they are bad enough to relieve, that is what is making our tribe, our communities in Asal not to really have good image, because the pictures, everything at that moment of relief is terrible. But I wish we would turn that positively and say, instead of waiting for the bad moment to act, can we then use what would have been used to improve their lives when they are still healthy and good enough to run their affairs? So for me, it's not sustainable. It needs a better look of it.
Go to the next question.
Mheshimiwa posing question.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, honorable members should understand the Board of Rift Valley Water Services, which Pokot County fall under. Heart that I used to implement is the same heart that will still implement this. After all, I am only a Turkana by community, but by heart and everything else, I'm a Kenyan. I don't think if there's any Kenya would disadvantage another Kenya just because you cattle rustle each other or do things. Point 2, on regional development agencies. My take of this is the regional development agencies have mandates that they had before devolution. But in the event that some of their functions are overlapping with counties, I would want a situation where we will look at what exactly are the regional development authorities doing as a role, vis-a-vis what counties are implementing. Because being a regional development VDA. Counties. So that means if we talk of what people had proposed that the devolved function should be a county, in a situation where one project is cutting across 3 counties, which county in particular do you devolve this function to? So it will be difficult to have one project divided into 3 hard before is cutting across several counties. So for me, even if a function is devolved, what we better do is let's make sure the bigger projects are done within the regions and the smaller projects be done projects. Region projects should be big enough, region name called by them. So I think what we need to do is, if it is cutting that should be incorporated in the management of the region. That is other than saying, let's keep over everything and make sure it goes down. We also have to look at the capacities of counties. What counties can do, we'll allow them to do. What they can't do, we then, because that the devolved function does not really make a county different from national, because they are still under the central government, they are still under the regional government. At least at the end of the day, we need to regulate the policies, framework through which they will be operating. And for me, regions should be there to undertake big works. And if they do small works, then they better devolve. But if they are going for big projects that are cutting across counties, that incorporate other development activities beyond in a big way, then we need to maintain them. And in the event that there is need for counties to be involved, then let the representation of county be in the policy level of that. That's what I would say.
Can I make a follow-up question? That does not forfeit my opportunity to ask my question. Nominee, I hear you speak passionately about regional development and that they should go ahead. But you see, there is a framework in law. The counties are formed by the Constitution, and then you have the Regional Development Act, which sets out these regional developments. It is regulated by law. So it is not that your position to say you will allow them to go. Do you think there is need to amend the statutes so that we align the operations to the Constitution? Probably that will now give us an idea of how you'll operate if appointed. Do you think there is need for a review, amendment, or even removing the law completely so that we allow the Constitution to subsidize the mother law of the land?
Through the speaker, sir, I never said I drop, because as we speak, I'm only here to seek the favor of this committee to be appointed. So I cannot go ahead and say it should be removed. I'm here to get that affirmation. My concern is the issue of devolved functions and duplication of services. But having come from a particular background of being a county government staff, I know capacities within counties on what they can comfortably handle and what they cannot handle in terms of the expertise involved, the magnitude of the project that we may want to realize in regional agencies. My issue is, if the report that is informing this discussion is already on board, because I'm still outside, or to put it within the fact that they should review, why not the function, so that now the information device otherwise. So for me, I'm not saying we drop or we maintain. I'm only saying if the report informing what is being discussed will favor devolving, we devolve. It will favor the fact that we need to review activities that are undertaken by the regional development authorities, then we do that. Thank you.
Mary Mase, Dawood, and Murugara in that order.
Thank you, through the speaker. Nominee, I want to hear your thoughts on the current East African Community funding mechanism, considering the fact that there are challenges already with the existing funding policy. We have partner states that are not honoring their obligation of remittances. So what alternative funding mechanisms would you be looking at if affirmed to this position?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. To the nominee, Madam Beatrice, I believe you have heard of the Equalization Fund, which was in Article 204 of the Constitution. Since establishment of the Equalization Fund, I believe it is about 14 billion, which has been allocated but has not been disbursed. Recently, in the last parliament, the law was changed from the areas which it was being disbursed to. Now it is going to locations and not counties, as was previously the case. My question to you would be, do you think it was the right decision that it goes to locations, or would you suggest that it goes back to the way it was? Because there is talk that it will not serve the purpose what it was meant for. So what do you think about it? And where do you think the Equalization Fund should be used, basically? Is it in the water, electricity, roads, health facilities, or where do you think it should be used? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And nominee, we ever face disasters that like droughts, or even when with blessings from God, including heavy rains and floods. The net effect of both of them is lamentations, that we are crying to the world out there to come and help us because we were not ready for this. If we harnessed the rains properly, we would actually possibly ameliorate the effects of droughts drastically. What are you likely to do as the Cabinet Secretary in charge of ASAS as regards all these rains that we experience, which possibly we don't make use of, followed by lengthy droughts where we lose almost everything we own? What policies are you likely to put in place to ensure that there is a balance between the two?
Go ahead and answer those three.
Through the chair, on the Honorable Mary's question on AU funding, and some of the state members not remitting what they had agreed within the memorandum of partner states. My portion is countries, we can't assume that sometimes when the particular state do not remit, it's their own making sometimes. The issue of inflation and the rate at which economy is moving may not be favoring maybe some of these countries that are not remitting. Or even the countries that are remitting does not really tell that the economy around them is doing fine in terms of complying with what they had agreed. Is it then possible within the framework to make sure we look at the raising? Union, so that we get to know which approaches are they using to sustain themselves, so that, and then what happens is we also need to talk to the member states to make sure once they agree and comply with what has been to the most, the state is not complying by remitting what was meant to be remitted, then it is upon the negotiating team that through the Council of Ministers at the East Africa Community to engage that country and see why are they not remitting, because the moment they refuse for alternative funding, there's also need to look to benchmark on the units that are some of the things they may have followed themselves, like for example the African Union approach as a benchmarking unit. Or sometimes we can decide as member states to say, like, this is just about a suggestion, that if there are revenue to be accrued or taxes to be put on any import that is coming from non-East Africa Community members, if something is imported outside the membership, is it then, if we agree, put a policy, a framework that would put a small charge that will be put as a finance-sustained way within the East Africa Community? I'm just proposing that, and I'm suggesting that, which is subject to on equalization fund. It was within communities and counties that were not in terms of development. Counties equalization fund to do a bit of water, to take care of roads, to take care of electricity. And at this moment, I was not very clear then. My question, equalization of that it touches Kenya. So if this equalization component in has the Ministry of Water, it has the Ministry of Roads. It has possible to conglomerate all these systems, all these ministries, to talk and see, of course, engaging the legislative arm of government, that is you people here, to make sure the best approach is considered so that we see, do we have to maintain it this way, or do you have to take this money to the locations? And for me, because it is still a debate, we need to incorporate all the ministries that touch, that their own activity touch on equalization fund. Issues on disaster or drought, and then in the country that seems to be taking people unaware. Actually, in my view, I feel people are not serious when it comes to handling of disasters and droughts, because I believe there are institutions in this republic that give early warning reports. NDMA gives early warning reports on the potential and the likely effect of the climate and the effects of droughts, all those things. If we would only utilize the report in early enough within the context of early warning to make sure the best is planned before, prepared before the thing strikes us. But in the event that drought has come, the opposite of drought has always happened in Kenya. Like there's a season for drought, and again there's a season for floods. I wish we would get down and discuss when we have plenty, the runoffs, the water that find their way to the lakes, that find their way to the oceans, then capture before it gets spoiled. Because as it goes down the rivers, it gets to the lake, gets to the ocean, it begins another process. Are we serious with managing ourselves, managing disasters? Are we then able to capture this water before it reaches the final destiny through maybe water harvest, and then turn that into...
Forget about we.
Oh.
You have been nominated, and if you find favor, you will become the CS. When you sit in that office, it is not we now. It is you, the CS. What will you do so that those extremes don't become a constant nightmare for our country?
Mr. Speaker, the reason why...
When there is drought, we die. When there is rain, we die.
Mr. Speaker, we need to utilize the water in this. The reason why I use we is because I will not work alone. There are departments under which we will work together. There are technocrats that will bring their expertise into this. For the sake of this presentation, allow me to use we, meaning now the entire system that is supposed to intercept in reducing drought effects and those disasters in this community. I think what we need to do is, if I'm appointed or approved by this committee, I will be able to look at the measures that are sustainable and how to do water harvest instead of just leaving it go downstreams. The other thing is alternative means of survival. Like if you utilize a report of early warning, that would mean now we will prepare our people to question themselves from the hard effects that may come through maybe sensitization or making them grow alternative livelihoods so that we don't wait thousands of cows to go down and then bring relief food, so that again we work around what they know to perfect the system and to question them from the bigger effects. So for me and my team, and that's why I was using we, allow us to work around modality that incorporates all partners in this, to talk about it and come up with a solution. And that will be my work to make sure we mobilize all partners that deal with the disaster, drought effects, to put their brains together and come up with projects that would reduce the effect without necessarily having Kenyans to lose lives.
Thank you, Owen, Robert, and Mule, in that order.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I would like to ask the following question to the nominee that I'll talk about the East African community. Honorable Speaker, the East African community, we have a chair. I don't know whether you know who the chair is, the current one. And what is the protocol that is used for electing the chairman of the East African community? The protocol. The second one is you will be, if appointed, you'd be our top diplomat within the East African community, apart from the Foreign Affairs Minister, but you'll be our top East African diplomat. And you know we have the Political Federation Protocol. As it is right now, there are a lot of tensions among member states, where Uganda and Rwanda regarding border issues. You have Kenya and Uganda on the Migingo, which is also another border issue. You have the M23 rebels in DRC Congo that is pulling in Rwanda. You have the Kenya-Somalia territorial water dispute that has gone up to the highest court of the world. And then you have internal conflicts between Burundi and Rwanda. Based on this, do you think East Africa is likely to achieve a political federation? And do you have knowledge of the political federation protocol on the East African community, and how far are we in that protocol to getting a political federation? And lastly, Honorable Speaker, I've checked your educational background. I realize a gap. You start from a trade test to a certificate, then there's a gap, then you have a degree, then you have a master's. So how did you obtain a degree without a linking diploma? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Madam Nominee, while answering Honorable Mary's question on alternative funding, I heard you mention that you will be proposing taxes so that they can be able to be used to support the community. And be careful, Kenyans are very uncomfortable with any mention of issue is the EAC is a ministry. What part of the protocol? One of the partner states has a ministry as a standalone ministry. We have connected it also with us. Do you believe Kenya or continues to you have served in the from 2008 to 2020. You are a CEC into government. Now has been helping us to do in vetting is a issue, and you've not the main issue of concern is the value of the individuals that we. I've gone through. You are saying worth of 100 million. I would like you to publish the fears of a public. Think this from 20 when you worked as. Tell us how did you have mention of money? People think that is all stolen money. So you need to explain.
Thank you, Mr. Nominee. Quick, the East Africa community has a common market protocol of free movement of labor. And you know very well, in this country we have a huge batch of youth who are seeking for employment. What measures are you going to put in place to ensure that this free movement of labor does not come to disadvantage our youth within the country, that is Kenya? And secondly, as you are joining this ministry, if you are approved, I want to hear your mind on the East African Development Bank, whereby it is a bank run by the state partners, And sometimes, as legislators, we have been not able to get clarity on the investment in this bank, the loan portfolio in this bank, and the capital investment of this bank within Kenya. Leave the other states within Kenya, because you'll be representing Kenya when it comes to that. And last, we are aware that the leadership of this bank has been embroiled on mischief of leadership. Will you be able to come clearly and firm that you will be able to stand with Kenyans to clear this mischief? Thank you.
And answer those three, Owen Baya, Robert Mbui, and Stephen Mole.
Through Mr. Speaker, the issue of chair for East Africa Community, I have read it is His Excellency, the President for Southern Sudan, Salva Kiir. And I think the arrangements of choosing is basically interpresidential arrangements, internal. So I may not really have details of it, but I wouldn't mind searching over it, because I was not anticipating a situation where I would get on the side of the diplomacy on political federation, on what is being contested within the borders of member states. Actually, the issue is having what I started with by saying every country has their own sovereignty and their political interests. The agenda to maintain the political federation here is at least the member states having the policies through the legislative arm of East Africa legislation or assembly to come up with law that will give every state member an opportunity to implement what has been agreed for the good of the community. I know it is sometimes hard, but again, mediating, consulting, talking to them and their member states and all the key partners that add value to the political federation, be it within the countries of the member states or not, they need to talk to each other, they need to embrace, they need to be facilitated for the full realization. So for me, partnership, networking is very critical in enhancing the political federation. I know sometimes they would slow things simply because one decision arrived at may not be the decision that would be fast-tracked to be implemented. But with the proper consultation, continuous dialogue, continuous arbitration can bring us to a solution that would enhance the political federation. Now, on the side of...
Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Owen.
I don't know whether the nominee understood me. You know, there is envisaged a political federation of the East African states, including a currency, and including, you know, bringing it together and forming a state of East Africa, you know. And there are certain steps that have been taken towards the
Owen, I think you should also be fair to the nominee. There are three different things.
Yes.
There is common customs or customs union. There is common market. There is common currency. Political federation. Each is a separate engagement. So if we are talking about monetary union, don't mix it with political federation.
In that, if information about.
I think because the most that leads the political goodwill from the member states. So now, the East African community, compared to what may have collapsed the East Africa community back 1977, the things that are there right now are structures. And if you look at the progress we've made so far, which I believe is out of political goodwill, if not so, of course, not in a big way, but even enhancing an agreement to have the legislative arm in Arusha is a step forward. If you look at the way we have had the secretariat on board, it is progress. If you look at now even the Court of Justice in Arusha, it is progress. At least the progress that is headed to the right direction. I know we've not achieved so much, but I assure you, at least we are beginning and we are headed to the good direction.
Question? Question from Robert Mbui.
On my degree, on academics.
Yes, the gaps in your...
Yes, I can explain. Actually, what happened is I took a course in certificate in a place called Kobujo Social Development Training Institute that was examined by Kenya National Examination Council. And if I were not, the fact that I have no diploma means I would have reduced, if I had diploma, I would have reduced my degree years to 3. And because I didn't have a diploma, I had again to go for a degree for 4 years. 1 extra year has been added because they said we cannot be, if I would have gone for diploma, I would have gone for a degree for 3 years. And because I went for 4 years, that is now meant to take care of the diploma that was not there.
Stop cheering the nominee.
Through the chair on taxes. Actually, I know it is very sensitive right now in the Republic of Kenya to talk about taxes. Kenyans will come on you and they will come for you. What I mean here is I was seeing an alternative way of sustainment within the East Africa community. As okay, of course there is remittance by each member state as a source of revenue to sustain the activities of the community. But again, I also said, in the situation where now some member states are not complying by paying, remitting, that would mean there is a gap in terms of activities to be implemented. And by virtue of that gap, I gave a window. I said, even if I never said, okay, the tax that would, I said a small tax, of course now assuming it's going to be agreed upon because one proposal cannot be implemented by one state. Even if you give a proposal of tax and then it goes before member states and they say no, it will still not pass. But I was looking at a way of making alternative source of funding for for East Africa community as a proposal. But that doesn't mean it's going to be taken as it is because I'm only proposing as one member if appointed. It will still be discussed by the others. If they will find it appropriate, it will be adopted. If they will not find it appropriate, it will not get anywhere. So that one was the reason why I was just suggesting need, without really looking at the tax, the need for alternative source of funding. The other, through the chair, the other question is the ministry importance in, sorry, come up again, sir.
The importance of Kenya being in the community.
Oh. Through the speaker, I feel Kenya is among the states that started spearheading the community on board. A lead federation that seems to be big enough, one, it gives a country an image, positive image of wanting to grow itself and wanting to grow the neighborhood and wishing the neighborhood economic, in terms of trade, in terms of the currency, in terms of the language, that togetherness and the sense of belonging. That is positive in itself. Number two, when we enhance the collaboration on market, when we collaborate in terms of policy, when we work around things that would make Kenyan labor to move around the member states, if we look at things that would make some legislation to come, that in itself will market Kenyans in this manner. Our commodity supply, and our technologies are not well absorbed in the country, and they can get an exit of getting to these countries through the membership to be employed. Even the constraints that they undergo in terms of licenses to work, those documents, by virtue of being a Kenyan, and Kenya is a member state of East Africa community, that will give leverage to that Kenyan to just walk around the continent, the membership states, and get employed, look for a job. I mean, Kenya will benefit.
The question of
your
net
question
worth.
of net worth.
Oh,
And
my
how she acquired
net
it.
worth. Through the speaker, I want to take you back to who I am. I am from a pastoral community that is still rich in culture. There is nothing about me if you read that word properly. It is not mine. There is nothing under my name. But because the culture allows us to live in the manner we live, in terms of communal life, family life, that worthiness is not cash. It is the property we have. As I said, I'm married. My husband has worked in several places. He's been outside the country for 17 years. So I am telling you, this individual to revisit when they were gotten, it has nothing to do with county government. It has nothing to do with, this is the efforts and the humanitarian salary of somebody. So it is a family worth. Family worth, and you know, by virtue of being from that area, family worth is equally a community worth. Because when you have to support the neighborhood, you have to support your other relatives, you have to support. So basically, that well is not mine. It is our net.
Go to Mule. The question by
Is that on common market protocol?
Yes, it is on the common market protocol based on the free movement of labor. And the second one was regarding the East African Development Bank, on the investment of this bank within the East African community, and particularly how Kenya has benefited on this bank being one of the shareholders of the East African community, and the leadership of our bank, and the assets the bank owns. Because
on the East Africa Community, actually, of the population there. Is actually need to enhance benefiting Kenya on the side of the bank. If you are going to, we'll get into this to make sure I get to the final, because right
don't
now
drop your. It's not under. It's under the jurisdiction of the Treasury. So don't trap yourself.
It's okay, Mr. Speaker, but you know,
it falls and it carries an East African name, but it's under the jurisdiction of the Treasury.
That is why I'm saying, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, if it gets to where I can answer this question, I would rather have all the technocrats in finance and economics to advise on this one, because as at now, I am not well equipped with what to answer.
Good. Now, Raso, you'll take 4. Raso, Shuria, Mishi, and Rahab.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Beatrice, the ASAL constitute 70% of the Kenyan landmass. There are currently 23 counties that are considered to be ASAL, but 10 are classical ASAL and they fall under FCDC. And the major problem in ASAL is water, scarcity, and food security. If the House accepts your nomination, what measures are you likely to undertake, or intervention measures, that those counties are likely to enjoy the same benefit? Remember, tied to relief food, or there must be something that the government, both at the county level and the national level, should do to ensure that those people are safe, whether there is flood or there is drought. Secondly, you worked in the county. Those of us sitting in the National Assembly, we feel that whereas the counties in the urban or fairly developed areas are doing extremely well with devolution, the counties in the ASAL are not doing as much. Tell us what is any success story maybe you can tell us from Turkana, or if there are problems, what are these problems that these counties are still tied in the past? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Surya.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I just have two questions for the nominee. I think one you somehow mentioned it, but I just want to ask. The East African community is built on 4 pillars. Would you be able to mention them? And my question number 2, the ministry that you've been appointed for has always been reactive to our disasters like floods or drought. What measures would you put in place to make the ministry proactive rather than reactive on natural disasters? I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. Honorable Chairman, my question to our nominee. I've known Beatrice Askell in the women movement, advocating for the rights of women. But away from the rights of women, I want to take you to the youth movements and the rights of youth, knowing that it is over 60% of the East African population are youth, and that is under 30. Most of the time they've been complaining of isolation, marginalization, and not being included in decision-making processes. Now, in case you are approved, what strategy are you going to use to engage youth in regional development? How will you ensure their voices are included in East Africa program on job creation and skill development? And also, how will you collaborate with youth councils, institutions like across East African community to amplify young voices in regional integration? My last question, it is on the issue of security, especially for our fishermen in Migigo Island, knowing that we are using that resource among East African community. There have been some conflicts between Uganda and Kenya. How are you going to involve East African community in resolving such conflicts? Thank you, Honorable Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My question to the nominee. The building of dams has been pursued previously as a way of addressing water shortage and mitigating the impact of drought in our areas. However, the projects have often been marred by corruption and argument of non-viability. These include Garana Kuraru, for example. What lessons can we learn from this project, and how the ministry facilitate us areas to have access water and food security? The other question is about the delays in freight clearance and how we normally get delays in the borders when the trucks are coming from the neighboring countries. Thank you.
You can answer those, nominee.
Mr. Speaker, the last question from the honorable member. The last one.
You know, Beatrice, for example, when people go to Tanzania to buy goods, sometimes they can spend 5 days or even a week trying to clear their goods. What are you going to do about it, fast track that?
Okay, thank you. Let me start from our point. The process of clearing products and people's movement at the borders is true, takes a bit of time. And I contribute this to the poor infrastructure that takes so long. I mean, if, for example, you are moving goods from Kenya through the border, not all infrastructure facilitates the process of moving these goods. And I also see a situation where we have the challenge of corruption along the way, which must also need to be dealt with to reduce people pushing others to pay for what they would not have paid. And thirdly, I also feel like we need to put an IT kind of a digitalized system that would fast track the movement of goods and people from one place to the other. And that would fast track, because once the system is made that way, it is faster than where sometimes you find at the border, you go more manual. You wait one track to be done, a lot of paperwork involved. But if you digitalize these systems, it will fast track the processes of movement of goods. And then on the side of the dams, true, there are issues around the dams that were meant to be done, the ones you've quoted, and the water system not being in place this far. Actually, what I would suggest is when there is a need and the spirit of seeing development in a country for the sake of realizing the intent for an individual, to make sure what we've advertised actually has begun, and once allocation is put, it must be started. And if the whole project is multi-billion, I would advise where you go the first way. You take this phase first. Once that phase is complete, you go to another phase. At least by doing that, you will get value for money per phase. Than where you put one project, and maybe in the course of the many phases being started, there are likelihood of others being affected, and yet maybe you may have released all the money. For me, I think we need to be truthful to the process of procurement. We need to be truthful to the process of value for money. We need to be truthful to the realization of complete projects, so that at the end of the day, the issues of Kenya are attended, the suffering of Kenyans is reduced. Now, Mr. Speaker, Island. I have read about Migingo Island issue between Uganda and Kenya, and I believe the best way to where it had reached, where now securities are not taxing the fishermen from the other state partner, was away with. And for me, what I would suggest here, I'm subject to correction. What I would suggest here is where all the two states stakeholders that may play a role in this must converge to have a discussion on a better way forward. In Tanzania, where they would take the lead role in mediating this issue between Kenya and Uganda, and also getting other non-interested parties, non-partisan, also come to arbitrate, so that at least at the end of the day, resolution is found and no citizens suffer. Through the chair, on the question of on the youth, Mheshimiwa Mishi, on the youth movement. Actually, instead, that enhance inclusion of women by all means. I think where we are headed now is to have an independent and a deliberate policy that will incorporate the young population of this country, the young professionals in this country, into every activity, not mine alone, not the Ministry of East Africa Community alone, even the other ministries. We just put a deliberate policy that would enhance their involvement, so that they also bring the young expertise, they also bring their bit of, as they also learn from the structure itself. So I think we need to do a deliberate policy on this. On the side of the pillars, there is, of course, there is enhancing the trade. There is the issue of protocol that pertains to immigration. I've forgotten that one, but I'll remember. The poor infrastructure, these are part of the pillars. We also have the political federation as part of it. We also have the monetary policy being part of it. So these are the pillars that are supposed, and the trade and the market actually, as part of the pillars that need to be enhanced. And of course, there's also the issue of the language, where now people will move and communicate a language that will facilitate the fast tracking of what is supposed to be put to enhance the full realization of East Africa community. The other one is the county government.
Yes, Sharia.
I think she did well. She did 50%, which is good. The political federation and monetary. The other two are the customs union and the common market, just to guide her.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Go ahead and answer the question from
Whether there is, through the Mr. Speaker, sir, there is a point that talks about whether Turkana County is a sample county in terms of as an actually, I can speak for devolution was like our independence. In as far as the rest of the areas, I'm telling you the independence in 2013, because infrastructure, at least they had a background and they had to start from a particular level. In Turkana County, in water, in health, in education, in security, all those basic needs of a human being. Actually, we had to start from the point one, including the nursery schools, infrastructural for schools, infrastructural for health facilities. We all had to begin. That is why, in as far as when Turkana was said to be receiving billions, I'm telling you what is billions in a beginning point where you had totally nothing. So for us, as people said, the beginning and the independence of Turkana County began in 2013. It is real. It's very practical. And even right now, we still need more. Because for a very long time since independence, they had never gotten attention from anybody, maybe because of the distance. Sometimes the closer you are to the network, at the center, the better you are. When you are far away in terms of even being far in infrastructure. So I think Turkana case may be different. But on the side of solution to food reliefs and their safety, in terms of the disasters we receive, as I said, just like I've spoken on the youth, I think we need to do a deliberate attempt or a move or a framework through which we will make sure now all the partners in the Republic of Kenya that act or respond on emergencies put their resources together, plus the ministries concerned, and come up with one concrete thing that would be a permanent solution to these things. And again, being a reactive ministry, a reactive network, that would mean we are only waiting till the bad moment comes. That means we ignore the reports that are supposed to be giving a warning. There are institutions that give warning to what's likely to happen. But we wait too long till this thing happens, we lose lives, we lose livestock. Then when we come, that's the time we come to appear like we are pushing to do something possible. I think even us, as the victims of these disasters, need to push the partners that are within us. I know most ASAL areas have the biggest number of NGOs. I think it is time we put a framework that will make them now think permanently in a solution-based way.
Vicaria, have you? Yes. Vicaria, we'll have one more from a member who came in late.
Thank you, Chairman. My name is Vicaria David. I come from Nakuru Town, East constituency. Honorable Chair, I think the ask has been asked, but I think it is important for us to put emphasis to the nominee that had an opportunity of going for a climate change conference in Arusha the other day. Honorable Speaker, when I reached Namanga, if you see the queue of vehicles from Kenya, vis-a-vis the other side that are cut, then you realize there is a problem. And I think it is important for the nominee to take charge and cognizant of that fact, that we can't have a smaller queue on the other side coming this side, and then a longer queue going on. Then again, more information to the people in the transport, and what we need for us to fast track our clearance point. It is very unfortunate, Honorable Speaker, even when you go the other side, I think they just you are stopped at every because are going into the transport sector every now and then. Maybe the nominee needs to, fasten that and be able to understand and assist our trading, our partners who are doing trade in the respective. Secondly, Honourable Speaker, we have been with you in a few of the interparliamentary games, where we talk of the tightening, widening, and strengthening our partnership. But it's only about sports and we go. And nothing much between interaction between the East African community on some very important issues that affect us. Of course, maybe it could be, it is important also maybe to have some session where members of parliament can sit together and exchange ideas on how to do trade, on how, and we had one of, in the football section, Honourable Chair, is where we were talking about what the president, actually that is what is happening. The president has been insisting on this technical subject trainees graduation and the effect that it is having in Uganda. And I think that is what we need to push more as a community for us to be able to, and including, Honourable Chair, the Gen Zs has reminded us to remember our national anthem. If we can be able to say our national anthem, all the three stanzas. And when I went to look at that, it speaks volume. The anthem for East African community anthem again is.
Yes, a question or making a speech?
I'm just a comment. Thank you, Mr.
Yes, Mary.
Just a slight addition. Honourable nominee, I think the issue of queuing of vehicles along our border is a very serious one. If you go to Busia border or Malaba, and sometimes there's a queue all the way to Bungoma, and it is causing a lot.
Not to Bungoma, to Tarbo.
To Tarbo, even to
65
Tarbo.
kilometers of
and it has caused a lot of disaster.
Yes.
We've lost lives through road accidents, and it is really bad. I think that is one area, Honourable nominee, that you may have to look into and find out what is causing, that is if you approve, what is causing it and what could be the permanent solutions so that we do not have vehicles queuing along the borders and causing a lot of other problems. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, it's true what Honourable Mary Mas is saying. Big problem that vehicles queuing kilometers and kilometers in both Malaba and Busia. But I saw the other day somewhere that Busia County had put up a very big, they're building a very big yard near the border there to park the vehicles. But anyway, I agree with her, this is a problem.
But nominee, if you're is that because the truck stays there for 2 days, 3 days, is a loss to the economy. So go ahead and answer that. What Gikari has asked you before.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think...
Mr. Speaker, there's also this project that was done in the borders of one border stop, where one stop border solution post, where both countries were supposed to have people in one place so that fastens the movement of goods and people. I don't know why it's not
You have to Namanga and Malaba.
Okay.
Yes.
I know even Hispania in Migori,
Yes.
the speaker is one.
And Moyale and Lunga. Go on.
Through Mr. Speaker, I feel I've also been part of this challenge myself some time back, where a truck can take a whole week to be cleared. But now, at least now that it is becoming to our realization as an assembly, I want all of us to put our brains together and put all the ministries concerned into need to fast-track the process of moving goods and services within this border, within the shortest time possible. So that again, we talk of infrastructure development that would fast-track, and then the technology that would fast-track these processes, and then we talk of the human resource that would use these facilities to fast-track the movement of goods and services. For me, it's a team that needs the other partners in the infrastructure ministry, in the trade ministry, in finance ministry, to really come up and put our heads together and make sure something better comes out of it.
Thank you, nominee. I'll ask, yes, George?
Yes. Thank you. Can I ask if, on behalf of the public?
Go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much. This is a comment from a member of the public. That ESC docket is a very sensitive docket, and I'm not sure the nominee really gets it. If you approve the nominee, would she be prepared to learn a lot more about it? That is the question from a member of the public.
Through you, Mr. Speaker, actually where I'm coming from, as at now, the time of appointment, I was able 4 days to prepare myself, grasp all about the ministry as an external person. As soon as I'm going to be approved by this committee, trust you me, that tell the whoever has written that, I have what it takes. I'm from a community that has faced so many issues and we've always gotten a solution to them. So as soon as I'm on board, I'll do my best. I'm young enough in terms of the energy to implement, to move, to learn, to share the experience, to get advice where I need be, to engage done this in this. So I trust you me, it is well. I assure that person he is in safe place. He's in safe hands.
Nominee. Yes, Russell?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a quick one. Somebody is asking if the House nominates you, it confirms your nomination, you'll be handling East Africa and the ASAL. What their fear is, one is likely to suffer because these are 2 dockets back to back. Will you just confirm to them that that will not happen? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I know anybody would be listening. Anybody would be listening to us would assume that because much of the questions here are on East Africa community. But in the situation where we had to balance 6, 6, 5, 5, I would have attended. And again, as somebody who is at the policy level, we have already structures at ASAL level that would implement ASAL issues. We have the one for East Africa community that would settle on that issue. So I will only be balancing a team that is already on board, a team that has an expertise. It is not me alone who will implement it. So it's because of the amount of questions here that somebody is saying the ASAL may suffer, and yet I even come from ASAL. It's even bad to make that assumption. Maybe the mode of questions is what has made somebody to believe maybe ASAL may suffer. I assure him or her, I am an ASAL person.
But remember, nominee,
yes,
that you have not been nominated because you are from an ASAL part of Kenya. You've been nominated because you're a Kenyan, and you must demonstrate suitability to handle this docket on behalf of the people of Kenya, not the ASALs. Okay?
True, Mr. Speaker, I was only answering because they said ASAL may suffer, so I was assuring the person that it's okay.
Now, there are some issues from the public before I come to 1 or 2 questions. One person asks, given the grades that you got at secondary school, how did you end up studying for a degree?
I answered it.
Yes, I'm just reading to you what the public is asking. Okay. The second one is, given the recent suspension of Uganda's milk products from entering the Kenyan market due to disputes over quality and standards, what legislative amendments or policies would you advocate to resolve such trade barriers and strengthen economic ties within the East Africa? Part of this falls within the trade docket, but you can answer. The second one, with the increased security concerns along the Kenya-Somalia border, particularly with the resurgence of Al-Shabaab activities, leverage existing legislation like the National Security Council Act and propose new laws to enhance security collaboration among East African countries while ensuring free movement of people and goods. The next one, the disparities in economic development between Kenya and some EAC member states, such as Burundi and South Sudan, are significant. Would you propose any legislative measures to ensure equitable distribution of resources from shared regional projects such as those stipulated under the EAC Protocol on the establishment of the East African Monetary Union? Well, there are many. Answer those first.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I feel the issues that are raised here does not only apply to my ministry, if appointed, it also applies to other ministries. Like if you speak of milk, milk is under food production. It's also under livestock. It cuts across trade. It's also part of finance. So once we are on board, if appointed, or if approved by this committee, those are the issues that we will engage all our technocrats in agriculture, in finance, in any other relevant department to come up with a concrete policy and that would guide. And the same applies to security that is there in Somalia. The Ministry of Defense will be involved, the Ministry of Internal Affairs will be involved. So all those stakeholders will be part of the solution to that. And the same affects the disparity of economic states, where we will also have a Ministry of Finance, the technocrats in finance, economists in finance, will all, and the economists will all come and put their brains together and come up with a concrete solution. And of course, a way forward through that consultative forum.
I think I'll pick one or two more. Somebody asks, with counties like Turkana, Marsabit, and Wajir facing severe drought, what legislative measures do you propose to institutionalize drought response mechanisms, such as amendments to the National Drought Management Authority Act, to ensure long-term food security in these regions? The other one that I can pick out, because some are repetitions, is resource-based conflicts over water and pasture, such as those witnessed in the Turkana and West Pokot border regions, have escalated due to drought. What would you consider, would you consider proposing legislation for community-based natural resource management and conflict resolution frameworks, possibly through amendments to the Land Act to formalize resource sharing agreements? Can you answer that? Somebody is asking about the stalled Kainuku Bridge in Turkana. I think that's not your docket. Go on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On counties like Turkana and Marsabit, and amendment on actually what is happening is, as I said earlier, we need a deliberate and team-based solution to these recurring issues, so that we put ways of a framework that would enhance food production, enhance water harvests, enhance alternative livelihoods, enhance value addition to this community, so that we reduce the effect of drought within the acts. And that one means all the ministries concerned, all the partners concerned, all the stakeholders concerned must put their brains together and come up with a long-lasting solution to what has been recurring. Now, on conflict of water and pasture along Turkana and the other areas, the pastoral areas, actually true. If we borrow an initiative that we went one time when I was a CC for Turkana to the Uganda, and we found a very big dam called Kobebe that is supplying water all year round. I think it is time we adopt a solution that would run the citizens of this country with their livelihood all year round, in the sense that the dams are put, this water that is just running around, the water that is flowing down would be captured somewhere where it can be utilized by pastoralists, it can be utilized for pasture, it can also be utilized for food production by the very communities that are vulnerable when this strikes. So I think for me, it needs back to stakeholders engagement, consultation of all we put to what the communities are, and where we go cross-border in terms like when getting for move ahead of our citizens and lobby for safety for these things so that they are not attacked.
Nominee or two. Do you believe in East African integration?
As at now, I believe because it's about the impression, in the sense that if...
What do you mean impression?
Sometimes people tend to, particularly I think before they get into it, I think where there's a deliberate attempt, Mr. Speaker, to have it realized, we will all get this realized. Because the parties that are there are just within the neighborhood. We can't avoid the neighborhood. We will at any time engage the neighborhood. So for that matter, and for you to be peaceful, your neighbor must be peaceful. For you to grow economically, your neighbor must be growing. So, and because there's a cross-cutting issues, these crossing issues must be put together for a full realization of East Africa Community Federation.
If you find favor and become our minister or CS in charge of East Africa, we already have protocols for a customs union, for a free market, and a protocol for free movement of people, goods, and services. Take people. If you go to our courts today, every single day you'll find the Ugandans being charged for being in Kenya illegally. You go to Uganda, Kenyans are in jail in Uganda for entering Uganda illegally. Tanzania, and all over. If you find favor and become our CS, what are you going to do to help achieve the implementation of the protocol on free movement of people, goods, and services, particularly people, so that you do not cross into a country where you have a protocol for free movement and you are bundled and thrown into jail for being in that country illegally?
Speaker, if I win the favor of this committee and be appointed as a CS for East Africa Community, the issue of custom union people who are crossing to the best of the business that's being carried across the border. So for me, I feel laws must be, a legal framework must be put on board. The infrastructure that's supposed to be facilitated, then the deliberate intentions to implement from the partner states must also be negotiated. Because it is one thing to pass, it is the other thing to get the political will of a country to implement what has been passed. So a matter of lobbying, matter of arbitrating if possible, to make sure what has been passed is implemented to the letter.
A small one or two mundane questions to you. Have you ever been adversely mentioned in any integrity-related reports or investigations?
No, I haven't.
Do you hold any leadership position in any political party in Kenya?
As it is, no.
As it was?
Yeah, but I resigned.
Okay. Tell us your net worth.
It's 100 million.
100 million. Which you say is family
it's for
wealth.
all of us.
It's for all of us, including me?
Yes, exactly.
Okay. Okay, nominee. Your papers have been checked against what we have. against you. Actually, in fact, only one, and you responded, so we release you to go back to your duties.
Mr. Speaker, there is a bit of the well that I need to clarify a bit on livestock.
It is not an issue. We are okay.
Okay. So, Mr. Speaker, I would want to appreciate your guidance in moderating and protecting me. I would also want to appreciate the mutual conversation we've had with the committee. And if Almighty God that began with me will give you favor to see me through in this, I'm telling you, committee, you will be writing history in this Kenya. You will be appointing the first Turkana woman since independence. So please be part of the history.
As we look forward to the possibility of writing that history, I want to constantly encourage you. You are not going to be a minister because you are Turkana. You are going to be a minister because if we find favor and you everywhere in this country. And now you of us believe in African integration. The sergeant will show you the way out. Yes. You have seconds, and that is the time that you break the room and that. DORCAS Agik ODUOR, Senior Counsel, EBS OGW.
Yes, Honorable Speaker, sir.
Welcome to this committee. This is a parliamentary committee on appointments. It will engage you this afternoon to assess and recommend your suitability or otherwise in holding office to which His Excellency the President has nominated you as the Attorney General of the Republic of Kenya. The 9th engage. Is the Clerk of the National Assembly. I'll invite members of the committee.
Mohammed, MP Poko South.
Karia David.
Stephen Mule,
Abdishurie Balambala.
Mishimboko Likoni.
Rehab Mukami, Nyeri County.
Thank you. Nominee, you will be, for purpose of these proceedings, you will be referred to as nominee.
Understood, sir.
We will take your interaction with us on oath. So I invite you to choose, depending on your faith, whether you need the Bible, the Holy Quran, or the Gita. That is the holy book of the Hindus. In line with your faith,
the Bible.
The Holy Bible. So you may be upstanding. Take the Bible in your right hand and recite the oath that will be availed to you. To the mic so that it goes on record.
I, DORCAS Agik ODUOR, do swear that the evidence I shall give before this committee on the matter under its consideration the whole truth and nothing but the truth. So help me.
Thank you. Take your seat and sign the oath. Give your documents check against what we have on you. Nominee, I'll now, you ready? You are ready?
Yes, I am, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, honorable members. For the record, I know the nominee very well. In my long years of practice of the law, we have interacted with the nominee when she worked in the Attorney General's chambers in the old constitution and after her transition to the new constitution. She's somebody we've worked with in cases, sometimes on the same side, sometimes on opposite sides. That notwithstanding, it will not impair my ability to engage her, to find her suitability or otherwise. Nominee DORCAS, to introduce yourself by telling your name, your educational background, experience, your competences that make you think you are suitable to hold the office to which you have been nominated for consideration for appointment.
Honorable Speaker.
In 5 minutes.
Honorable Speaker, sir, I had prepared an opening statement to introduce myself. May I proceed?
Go ahead, I'll give you room to do that. It's less than 5 minutes?
It will be.
Okay.
Honorable Speaker, sir, Honorable of the Committee on Appointments, of being vetted, Great Republic. This is as required under Article 156, Sub-Article 2 of the Constitution of Kenya. Honorable Speaker, sir, and honorable members, I'm deeply, deeply humbled by the confidence and trust which His Excellency the President, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, has shown and placed in me by nominating me to this position. It is also not lost on me that this is a historic moment, in that this will be the first time for a Kenyan woman to be interviewed for this high office in the legal sector. I'm therefore under no illusion that should I be approved by this August House, much would be expected of me, both as a jurist, significantly as a woman. Mr. Speaker, sir, and honorable members, it would be remiss of me not to acknowledge the fact that, in essence, I do not stand here alone. I stand on the shoulders of many people of goodwill, and I'm a beneficiary of their generous support and mentorship. Their knowledge and wisdom over the years of Nairobi. Thereafter, I gained a postgraduate diploma from the Kenya School of Law. At my alma mater, the University of Nairobi. I have also other certificates and commendations from other professional leadership, management, and other training institutions over the years. Mr. Speaker, sir, and honorable members of this committee, all this I have set in the CV that I have submitted to you. Honorable Speaker, sir, and members, my legal career started in 1992, committed to the role of advocates of the High Court of Kenya. I was then employed and served in the State Law Office, rising from the position of State Counsel to the position of Secretary Public Prosecutions, and that was in 2017. This was of the delinking of the Office of Public Prosecutions from the Office of the Attorney General by the Constitution of Kenya 2010. I have gained extensive experience and expertise throughout that period. Have I been in complex courtroom and high-profile cases? I've also made significant contributions in the formulation of policy and other protocols on prevention, similar bodies and committees. I've outlined this in the dossier I have to the enormity of the responsibility reposed in the office of the Attorney General of the Republic by the Constitution of Kenya. It's no mean task that the Attorney General is the principal legal advisor to the government. The Constitution also mandates the office to promote, protect, and uphold the rule of law, and to defend the public interest. While these high legal concepts are still evolving through the growing jurisprudence in our courts and elsewhere, they nonetheless require of this office a vibrance of the human rights within the legal framework. It is therefore my respectful opinion, Honorable Speaker and members, the position of the role calls for far much more than just that of one client. The public demands of the office advocate, professionalize at all cadres of the administration. In the circumstances quality. General before, I would obviously, I would also seek to collaborate with other agencies to of the vision require revitalization. And advice to the government with the Constitution of Kenya office. It will demand proactiveness have no less duty than that. Accordingly, Mr. Speaker and members, for me, working together will not be an option but an imperative. Mr. Speaker and honorable members of this committee, in my years of schooling and work, one signal lesson has been imprinted into my intellect and conscience. It is simply this: to act justly, to love mercy, and to walk humbly with my God. That is recorded in the book of Micah 6:8 by Prophet Micah. That is a statement to the fact that I should never take my abilities or capacity for granted, nor should I think may well depend on the council and industry around me. Honorable Speaker, sir, and members, for that reason, in my respectful view, teamwork will be key, and I would propose to that end, Mr. Speaker, sir, and honorable members,
Thank you, nominee. I'll now invite the Deputy Speaker to be the first to ask you a question or comment. And when questions are asked, be concise and precise in your answers.
Thank you. DORCAS Agik ODUOR. All fraternity know that you have previously worked at the State Law Office and the Prosecution Department. I think mostly people know you as that, as per your CV also. And when the Office of the Director of Public was delinked approved as a all the expectations of you. In this regard, tell us what you consider to be your vision of the Office of the Attorney General. In epitome of that was in 2000 when I was nominated to go and assist Kenya in prosecuting
the 1998 bomb blast victims, a case in New York, and we successfully did that. Another epitome of my court work was the case that I prosecuted against. It is known as the Gachanja case. The reason why it is my achievement, it is the first time that a prosecutor was able to forfeit instruments of crime and proceeds of crime. In that matter, one of the accused persons had been paid by a piece of land in order to commit murder, and I successfully forfeited what he was paid. That matter went up to the Supreme Court, and it was upheld. My third success in court would be the case of Chris Okemo on extradition. There was a conflict between the Office of the Attorney General and the Office of the DPP as to whose responsibility it is to sign authority to proceed. I did prosecute that case, litigated it, because it was a civil case now, it was a constitutional petition. I did litigate it in the High Court and the Court of Appeal. I filed responses in the Supreme Court. My colleague prosecuted it at the Supreme Court, and we were successful. That matter is now settled, that it is the responsibility of the Director of Public Prosecutions to sign the authority to proceed. That is in the courtroom, among others. Serving in the office of the AG and the DPP, to participate, humbly so, country, to serve in commission and task forces. I served in the Akiwimi Commission on land clashes, and it is after we had submitted our report that we started land reforms in this country. I served, it is after we submitted our report that we relooked at our PFM Act. I served in the police task force on police reforms, and it is the result of that police and APs and that I came back and proposed they can forum that I came back together. And at the UN, I assisted Kenya when we were the United Nations. I was again called in as an expert to make a digest, and I am an expert in piracy. But the United States accredited me space. Africa. AGA Africa is a conglomeration of Attorney General. As the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, we collaborated with them in that they have assisted public in many areas, assisted the DPP to operationalize PTI. And those, I have work with GIZ with regard to flow. In nomination, in Kenya, a call for countries to give their views before the amendments are adopted. And I am hoping that after this initiative, Kenya will to the Budapest Convention to bridge the gap we have in electronic evidence and data protection. Allow me, Mr. Speaker, sir, to go back to the Office of the Attorney General and the Office. I have served in that office in different capacities. I have acted as the DPP in during three transitions, but now I am from the Office of the Attorney General. We had only 98 prosecution counsel, and we were in 12 regional offices. It was then my responsibility, together with the DPP, it 100. Managed to decentralize of the prosecutions, 12 offices to 47 counties, 231 counties. We have also managed during that period to see. What do I mean by this? Initially, police prosecutors were prosecuting when Director of Public Prosecutions, he found when we had where we were looking at the position and how the Department of Prosecutions or the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions assisting or impeding of the objectives of this country. We therefore, together with others, started an initiative called All for Justice. And All for Justice, we wanted to look at the role the prosecution is playing in realizing the objectives of the criminal justice sector. We visited almost all the prisons in Kenya. We interviewed about 20,000 prisoners. And Honorable Speaker, I really wonder what led us to do this, because looking back, I realized that somebody was directing my steps. Because the conclusion of that wanted to do could not be done by the prosecution, but could only be done by the Attorney General. And I want to run over 4 of them. It's true, the 20,000 inmates, pretrial inmates, and we checked all the prisons in Kenya. It was a wonder that although under the Constitution we talk about unless proven guilty, it was clear the criminal justice system is in right of innocence until proven guilty. Why do I say that? That most of the people who were in custody for peace. There was nothing we could do because the law provided for them. then we realized that there is a need for us to relook at our offenses in Kenya so that we can decriminalize petty offenses. At the same time, there is a need for us to find a different way of dealing with petty offenses. So we made that recommendation general. We also found that most of the people who were in custody were young people and they were poor. There was no mechanism that these people could be assisted. The NCAJ to it. Secondly, we also most of the people were not led. No equality, they could know themselves. There's a need to operational legal aid, be able to move through the system. And honorable members and Mr. Speaker, I would invite you people to visit rights. We talk about the rights of the arrested, the rights of the accused persons, the rights of the detained person, but we have guidelines supposed to alternate and therefore our utility accused of it is initiatives to assist us to realize most of training their rights and the criminal sector. If we went to that, and they are petty, like not wearing a uniform and touting, and it is for that reason that the Director of Public Prosecutions directed that touting should not be charged. I have put all that at an appropriate time. If I'm nominated, I intend
I have and
that is correct.
we checked the Attorney General 3 or 4 months ago, and we now gave the AG power to recruit you and state council. Probably those powers should have been left because of the tussle between the office of the AG and the Commission. That whether have those powers to the Commission. Turn up in court, cases are lost in court. That has occasioned government losing cases in courts and to tax few total judgments against government. Are able to
Office of the Director. When we were dealing of the Attorney, the ODPP Act, the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions Act, which operationalized which is chaired by the DPP, and the mandate of this board is to advise the DPP discipline of counsel. Why this is an opportunity of our establishment, so that we could get the necessary skills and the requisite officers to propel the office of the Director of Public Prosecutions. I am the secretary to that board, and I know what we have achieved. We have increased our establishment. We have been able to rationalize our staff. We have been able to negotiate for our staff. as we speak today, it is the office of the DPP that negotiated with SRC to allow lawyers in government to earn what we call in the ODPP prosecution allowance, and in the Office of the Attorney General, it's called another allowance, which is different from non-practicing allowance. And this is to help retain officers. At the same time, it is within that board, which I serve as a secretary, that we were able to find ways of complying with them. We therefore rationalize staff. If you go to the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions today, we have 60% women, 40% men. It is the face of Kenya. We have tried to recruit from every part of this country. Secondly, the board has also helped us with issues of discipline because they go quickly and we are able to conclude them with. Third, the board has assisted because the DPP had on any other matter to consult the board. So necessarily when it warrants, we go back to get counsel on issues of human resource. And it's through that we have relooked at our human resource manuals, we have looked at our transfer policy, we have also relooked at our work environment. And the beauty of the board is that there General, the Kenya Police, the Law Society, you have bad representation or inadequate representation. You could also lose a case because the court has erred. If I have a bad case, on the office of risk affect the government. If I have insufficient or have the correct people to put our foot and we act in the interest of justice. I have recourse to go to the JSA.
Court of Appeal. You have been by election violence in 2007, 2008. That for prosecuting people. You are approved, you will become the Attorney General. So that the issues of courts declaring laws and constitution becomes a thing of the past. I have those three questions as of now. Thank you.
DORCAS, answer them quickly.
About the JSA, the
Give reason. Okay.
I want to say 3 violence. The task and after it was recommendations. But as far as results it's going to Parliament and legislation to most it is that is one and it I believe that most legislations that we have come up with of late have been to comply or to operationalize the 2010 constitutions. Most of the bills contain new jurisprudence, not only to the executive, but even to the judiciary. I take it as a testing time. We are testing the constitution through bills, through legislation. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, a testament to this is that if there are issues that they've not agreed on, they have not given direction. It is a good thing for us to test a new legislation. It will be volatile for some time, but after some times when we have matured with the 2010 Constitution, then the law will be settled. But that having been said, it is a concern if bills are declared unconstitutional when the Honorable Attorney General has contributed to them. What I would do is to find out why they have been declared unconstitutional. Number two, I would make sure, Attorney General, I advise that wherever we come up with a bill, it meets the Constitution as provided. Thank you.
Now, DORCAS nominee will take a batch of 333, starting with Isola, Posing, then on Gikaria, in that order.
All right, thank you.
One question each, no preambles.
Okay, please allow me to ask two. You have served in the Are there instances where AG advised the executive this was not taken? What will you do if this committee finds you the court as you have? My question was while there is an officer in the executive asking that that money should be compensated, and we have many litigants who've never been compensated, that the judiciary asked that they get compensated. And lastly, the 2/3 gender rule. How will you make sure it is realized? We cannot selectively follow the Constitution on the matters that suit us, but on matters 2/3 we don't. I will not speak again later, so there's someone who has asked a question from the public that in Kenya, degree is not eligible for admission to the advocate program bar exams. Currently is only offered. So there have been attempts to review the law that mandates this, and so there's and the attempts have been received with different divergent legal view. What is your position?
Thank you, Chairman. To the nominee, practical the people of Kenya in assessing your suitability. We want to know what is your opinion or vision on these contracts or clauses in contracts that a government entity enters with international companies. And in those clauses, the clauses inside those contracts, and I've seen it, that if there's a conflict in that contract, that the arbitration or the legal resolution will be done, for example, in London. And yet, Madam Nominee, through the chairman, the money is paid is 100% exchequer, which means it's our money. And our case in point is GDC, where Kenya lost hundreds of millions of money in London through something I call kangaroo court called arbitration, where people can agree to fleece people's money and agree.
Or the arbitrations they cannot be called kangaroo courts. That's not a fair comment.
Speaker, but that's my opinion. Maybe it's different from, but I found it a kangaroo court, Honorable Speaker, that just people sit down and agree, and it's lost a lot of money through that process. So what's your opinion? Can we change the law and have a contract checker? Maybe if it's a loan, that's a different way. What is your opinion on that, Madam Nominee, so that Kenyans don't lose money as we lost through GDC? I thank you, Speaker. In that kangaroo court.
Not being a lawyer yourself, we forgive you. Go on, Kikaria.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, I have this question.
Yes, Junet.
Speaker, I thought Honorable Kosing is a lawyer. I saw him that time when we had the cases.
Go on, Kikaria.
Voters leader in Parliament. What actions that we need to look in terms of the amendment, able to align some thin lines between 37 and have to balance.
Devices to restricted in-house manipulation in huge development. Of all these advices from different sectors in which I have no expertise to give, that the President of the Republic of Kenya would make a decision. If the President of the Republic of Kenya is the vision, everybody under him is working towards achieving the vision of the government of the day, where there can be a conflict. Otherwise, for me, I would give efficient, professional advice, which is just, which is fair, objective, which is truthful, and which is in accordance with the Constitution. The lost cases in the judiciary, I think it is important that able to comment on specific cases are lost. Is with the info. But I also think that it is
of the Attorney General to put in place mechanisms to mitigate loss, and is occasioned deliberately by an office to take action or to recommend action. The 2/3 gender rule. The Constitution provides that in all elections, 1/3. I think this is an issue that has been litigated. This is an issue that is before this House. And I would be cautious on it unless I see what is before. Live with some. I have seen them. I call it this because that have the learning, they would be admitted. So I do agree, this is a very rowdy so that time therefore I visualize dearest to us. That calls for expertise. On constitutional review. For review, which you, however, to be part and parcel of the law. Officer of the Attorney General can just be for in the Constitution. Yes. Thank you.
Now we'll take another batch of. Let's start with Robert Mbui, Owen Bayer. Dawood, hold your horses.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And noting that after we did our vetting in 2022, who had criminal cases against them, immediately after they were appointed, those cases were dropped. Now, as a legal advisor to the executive, if approved, one of the newly appointed CEOs, the Honorable, he confirmed on oath that the EA had been used in government. Now, I have two issues to maybe make a comment on. First and foremost, why should EACC be asked to give an opinion when it doesn't matter? Given the process, legal advice will you give to the government security organs and legal entities or legal teams, EACC, DCI, DPP, on politicizing justice parents and injured and who lost during. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable. You know, this nominee I've only seen house. Now I have an opportunity to interact with her. Yeah. But I just want to ask this question. Drafting is very key, especially law, and that's probably the link between executive and parliament is having. I have a CV. You're a litigant or prosecuting lawyer, but I haven't seen your strength of laws, which is probably one of the key areas that we will need to have in that office to avoid as government. I haven't seen that as strength on your CV. So how will you really help this country in terms of good legislation? Secondly, a lot of these laws that have gone to court have fallen on the sword of public participation, which is a key tenet in the And every person who there was no public participation. Even when public participation has been seen to be done, judges rule in favor of those litigants. What is public participation? What is the correct public participation to you? Or what are you going to do to protect? You look at Section 43 of the County Government Act. It is very clear that the Attorney General may assist counties in matters apart from criminal cases. That is what Section 43 of the County Government Act says. And actually it goes back to Article 156(4) of the Constitution. But county governments have been using sums of money to hire lawyers without regard to the fact that the Attorney General's job to actually defend county governments. County governments payment as I listen to happy about this. But it is billions of and yet it is the duty of the office of the Attorney General to assist counties in legal. How are you going to, do you think we need an instrument of law so that we can define? We're now setting up, and they are basically lawyers in there at the county attorney's office, but they do court. They have but external lawyers. How to stop? I think it is corruption. Stop it. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Nominee, the office you're just about to take over is a pale shadow of what would be, and if we draw parallels, when it used to be held, the first to be as the first lady, if you approve. And recently, we had a student salvage by returning the staff back to you. Same offices. As the EDIC approved, what areas do you think in the judgment? What are you is in the country, which is Clark, School of Law of the normal. What would be have experienced advocates. Number two, are junior and possibly seasoned lawyers who sue the government and defend.
Speakers, sir, members. From different agencies. All processes looked at so that what we do is impactful. What if cases are being and the interest of administrators? Whoever it is that is not a public. Drafting is very key. And the legislations that I have personally led and have gone through this parliament and have never been declared unconstitutional. One, the Mutual Legal Assistance Act, the Anti-Corruption Legislations, the Organized Crimes Act, the Transfer of Prisoners Act, Cybercrime Legislation, the ODPP Act, the Proceeds of Crime and Anti-Money Laundering Act, and several policies and procedures. And I can assure you that none of them has been declared unconstitutional. Public participation. Public participation should be meaningful and impactful. As to what public participation should be is also a busy area. And I think this is one area where we are testing our constitution. We have not come up with parameters of what is public participation. I think there is a need for a policy to give guideline or regulation on what public participation is. It might require a policy and then legislation, because I think Kenyans must be given an opportunity themselves to say what they want to see in terms of public participation. But it is an area that needs urgent consideration. And as we have agreed that our constitution is ripe for review, because it is provided for under the constitution, maybe this is one of those areas that will go back to Kenyans to relook at. Thank you. The image of the Office of the Attorney General. Oh.
Pardon?
The county.
The question on government.
The legal fees.
Mr. Speaker, sir, and honorable members, the impact of county government, the interplay and opportunity to relook at our constitution. I think that is one area where we should put effort to see whether the objects of devolution achieved. Prosecutions, we also had where county attorneys were representing people or coming up with criminal laws without the participation of the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions. I think don't act to get your purpose, we act in then the person who is of our country. So I think that is one area
about compensation. I wanted to get your comment.
Go ahead.
Speaker, San, member. Compensation is a very important tool in the fight because many instances we have they are accused persons or they are injured by people right should be open that we give the parameters of compensation be applied. The it is my vision that if I'm I would strive to make sure that the general office that is described as whether or not I will meet that standard will depend on me. I have been given the legislation proper support and we are able to go to court and the government, honorable and members of the will lead from to the nuance. I think this is captured. Once confirmed, I will and review the two legislation that are pending before Parliament.
If confirmed.
I'm sorry, you almost made me think that I'm sorry. If relook at legislations that are pending before this House, and it will be a back to you. And I will be coming back to you. And you have helped me in the office of the DPP. Thank you. Satisfying the order, give you to answer.
Dawood, Honorable Masse, coming, those three. Then we'll be left with.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senior Counsel, that Constitution, you would consider Constitution changes if possible. I want to put it to you because I've given to our Speaker. I'm waiting for the legal counsel from Parliament to draft it. Would you consider that because of the Gen Zs, particularly now, I have made a suggestion where we need to do away with the Senate. I have said we do not need to have governors. We revert back probably to mayors of counties who would run the political angle of the county, whereas the administrative would have clerks like town clerks used to be there before. With that, then we establish a committee in Parliament, which in the National Assembly, Parliament, I mean just National Assembly and not the, we have a committee on devolution to take care of this, so that the committee of assembly, the same thing can be. Would you somewhat to be feasible for? I know it may involve the referendum or something. The office of the party. I never. Goes. Would you consider devolving all, if you are approved, the public trustee to each and every county? Because currently what is there in our region is in the old provincial headquarters, that is Embu. Would you consider, and would you publicize it so that many people know that there is an office of public trustee which can do those cases, and I think they're practically free. There is not much involved in that. Would you consider that? Thank you.
Honorable Emase.
Thank you. Speaker, through you, my concern still goes to public participation. I know it's been mentioned, but I'm asking it in a different context. Nominee, the Attorney General's office is a lead coordinating agency on the realization of the draft Kenya policy and public participation. But Kenyans are dissatisfied with the manner in which we conduct public participation. And recently, most of the legislators have suffered in the hands of our constituents because they feel there was no transparent and accessible public participation. Now, in view of the public expectations, what are your thoughts on public participation? Because as it stands now, the committee conducting public participation sits in some boardroom or hotel in Nairobi, receives submissions from members of the public who are able to get to that venue, while those in far-flung areas are left with online avenue to send their submissions through email or whichever other means. So, in view of the dissatisfaction by the public, what are your thoughts about how we should conduct our action going forward? Concern tribunal. I services, they don't ever for these Kenyans to get institutions. What are you going to do, if approved, to ensure that Kenyans get rid in this situation?
Thank you, Speaker. The link in the fight against corruption is the prosecution of persons accused of economic crimes. about it. Thank you.
Nominee.
Honorable Member, exercise and for the people. And the rule, when we make laws, people must make it the law constitutional review. Institution or review in the will depend on what Kenyans will decide. I will be happy if part of that recommend the Office of the Attorney General to the 47. I am aware this is one of the people facing cases are required to the lowest level. It will and prioritize whether the Public Trustee Department and decentralized. Secondly, there is a need to conduct public education on the services week, put in a mechanism where we'll conduct cafes, Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, where they would PP cafe, where experts from outside. So I will approach the purview of strategic communication, civil society, the services of the Attorney General are taken to the people. I also know that the rule of law procedures must be that we understand. There is a need after independence, all criminals in English. People cannot access, deaf people cannot access them. There is a need for us to make that manner and in a language that can be understood by the people. So there's also a need to make those services
the nominee
will support a constitutional amendment.
Yeah, it has to come from the public. So are you telling us as legislators, if we bring that amendment through Speaker, it may fail because of donated from the public?
The Honorable of amending the Constitution is defined in the Constitution. It's different. You can bring a Constitution amendment bill. You can go initiative that
I say represents the people. Public participation. case, we have been guided that participation should be full and impactful. What should be public participation is where the problem is. And there is a need for us to come up with standards. And the envisaged standard and the people.
Honorable Speaker,
If I can barely participate at this level, as public, is we have bills that go through the bicameral process. Starts from the Senate and the Assembly and vice versa. Legal, all institutions in a courts are legislation on the basis of public participation. Find that a bill from, say, the National Assembly has gone through the public. Came from the National Assembly. Misi, Rongo, Mohoroni, Miwani, Nzoia, all over. Picked views. The bill is passed, goes to the next house. Again, they pick it and embark on the same journey. Going to Miwani to talk to the same people that National Assembly talked to, and so on and so forth. Would you, if you found favor and became the Attorney General, engineer a legislation that will give a threshold of public participation and find whether public participation is public participation deemed to by the other house, except where there are gaps? What we are thinking. Yes, Emma.
And Honorable Speaker, it will become even better because going by the recent pronouncements while invalidating the Finance Bill 2023, now Parliament is obligated to do public participation on each and every amendment in the bill, treating it as if it's a new one. So now we're asking ourselves, what exactly should to give the people every time, every small thing? I think that needs serious clarification and thoughts.
Honorable Speaker, if you allow in on this.
Go ahead.
Nominee, thank you that you're a lawyer of good standing, and probably you can help this country. Public participation. I read the judgment on the finance bill. The process on the floor of the House, which is actually the reason why that reading happens, you know, and no, the committee of the whole House, where we debate and let's change this, let's change this. But our court says we should not, you know, the floor of the House, participation.
You notice that that matter is now pending.
I also want to...
You can talk about public participation in general terms, because the process consumes public resources, public time. Is
say it. You are a good lawyer of good standing. I want to give that to you.
This is a very area now because all over. Posing?
I agree with you, our Speaker. it is a very juicy area. Good that the nominee here, should she find favor of Parliament?
Don't prejudge. If found fair, okay, yeah.
Yeah, you don't know. I don't know also. But what I'm saying, Speaker, this might be an opportunity to listen to us clearly, so that the role of parliamentarian, because then is public participation. Amendments at the committee of the whole house provided for in Article 95. So, Speaker, this is a very the nominee should favor Parliament should dive into as
The constitutionalism requires that vision to practice legislation, and that is the reason why it was my view that the policy, because from the executive, or if I'm confirmed as the Attorney General, it would be cabinet and to instigate a process of policy making with a legislation. Then the legislation will come before this August House. There is a need for regulation and legislation.
If you find favor and become our Attorney General, that is one within the country, participation and regulations.
Serve of the Attorney General of the Republic of Kenya.
We will hold you to that if you get there.
Yes. May I answer something about the Advocate Commission? The Advocate Complaints Commission is also of the Attorney General, but it is not under the Attorney General. Need Commission, because they only have one panel. If approved for this cases that go through the commission, tribal ones do not clock the. Otherwise, there's a need to on how they. Thank you.
By Honorable the
against corruption.
About the mothers and the children who are in custody, their clans of prosecutions is liable to him. So issues of expertise representation. This is an area that I'm passionate about. I am going to come back to review our justice law. Not think that is linked against corruption. Has been city some insufficient in
Chairman, before our nominee, one of the areas where she approved, she's reforms of presidential, because it's seen it is done politically. Those of demonstrations, they have reformed and they need to have the presidential pardon, they don't access that. So while you say you have a passion on that area, on the prisoners, please also include the issue of presidential pardon. Honorable Chairman, my question will also be on corruption. And I just want to say that we have so many laws regarding what are you going to ensure that there is consistent, because the problem here is enforcement or rather implementation of the laws which have already legislated. And on the same perspective, how are you going to protect whistleblowers and witnesses who come forward with information about corrupt cases? On the same breath, one of the areas which we have found, there is a lot of corruption and wastages, it is on public procurement. So how are you going to ensure that you protect public funds? You also ensure there is transparent accountability so that austerity measures are achieved. I thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Russell. Honorable Russell.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Madam Council, you rightly said justice, and indeed it is in our country. Our courts or our judiciary borrows heavily from other jurisdictions. When you look at America, they have the People's Court, trial by jury. These are many areas that actually make it that the citizenry are able to access justice speedily. Would you find it favorable to have battery of law state law office, that Kenyans actually could go to the state law office and get counsels or advocates who can represent them in court in actually at a fee, where many Kenyans are able to access justice. Secondly, It is in the area of court reforms. If you look currently, there are many emerging cryptocurrency, the internet. There are many things that today is facing the world, and Kenyans are not exceptional to that. Those to the what is your opinion on alternative dispute? Thank you, Honorable.
Stephen Mule.
Thank you. Thank you. The Office of Public Trust operates the organization of the Division of the Administrator General in the Office of the Attorney General and the Department of Justice. Despite the public has limited access to trustee service, what initiative are you going to put in place to communicate to the public
Those three.
President, honorable and honorable members, I was privileged of the Attorney General presidential pardons for about 10 years before the Power of Mercy Committee. I can assure you, honorable speakers and honorable members, when I chaired on behalf of the Attorney General, we did what was required under the law. The Power of Mercy Committee falls under the Office of the Attorney General. I would expect that the Power of Mercy Committee acts in accordance with public interest, good governance, and in the interest of the administration of justice. From the information given today, if confirmed or if approved, that is one of the areas that we'll relook at on what legislation or how they dispense their mandate. The issue of Honorable Speaker and honorable members, corruption has been defined and corruption is a crime. The Director of Public Prosecution prosecutes what has been taken to him by investigating officers. The law requires him to either prosecute, to order further investigations, to take back or to close. The action that he takes, it is done in the public interest and in the interest of the justice. Tools like whistleblower legislation are very important in the fight against corruption. I am informed, I am aware that a whistleblower legislation is underway and against corruption. I am aware that the Witness Protection Agency is in place, but it lacks capacity. The office it wasn't. The fight since the actors come back justice is expensive and we need it because of emerging issues. Honorable speakers and honorable members, law, political and economic laws. However, issues of currency have not yet been legislated or regulated. As we speak today, virtual providers I hope, or confirm to my position to government emerging areas. Institution court, the parties agree dispute resolution. The reason why when it comes to criminal law, is also speaking about alternatives to prosecutions that can be embraced, including diversion, bad prosecution agreements, alternatives to trial, let's say plea bargaining, but in the line of justice. About public trustee, I've spoken about, but it is one of the general quick win. We will make sure that it is the county, 47 counties, and I hope the Director of Public Prosecutions will be good at his resources with us. We start with this one because it will decrease the number of cases that go to court, shorten the time within which trustee is supposed to help mediation in matters. But since they're not on the ground, they cannot do that. So it is a very, very important that should go to the people. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to follow bringing, but it was the she's talked about women in jails. Would you to in the
Chair, this is about the wastages on public. Just looking on what happened during the COVID-19 period, whereby we lost a lot of billions of money in terms of purchasing of masks. And I don't know whether how, as an AG, you're going to be advising the government in terms of public procurement. So I've not had any answers from her.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Senior Counsel, my follow-up question, which you did not really answer, is the issue of legal aid. To have battery of lawyers in the state law office so that many Kenyans can access justice, so that lawyers are affordable and individuals can approach any court. It doesn't matter who they are in society. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Speaker, there's someone who has asked me to ask this question, and I think it's a fundamental one. Nominee, under the Office of the Attorney General Act, Section 14, the Solicitor General shall assist the Attorney General in the performance of the duties of the Attorney General, and it prescribes how. What do you think if the executive or to get advice from the Solicitor General if you are approved by this committee and the National Assembly? In prison?
Public procurement is one area that gives birth to many cases. Government is the Procurement Act. Responsibility to advise them requirements, advise the MDAs and government. We find that the legislation, for example, I know that Act Section 134, contracts approved by they end up to be the ones that are being impactful. There will be a need to look at the whole of that, which effective we can be. About the, I think if I'm confirmed as the Attorney General of the Republic of Kenya, I take the view that Attorney General is the head of the function and how the Attorney General work depend on how a particular structures, because if you are an assistant, we on of the holder of the office. So it will depend on the structure. But if the functions are given to you by legislation, then you are answerable to them. So I think it will depend on personalities, not really, but the law as provided under the Constitution and legislation and regulation, and again on the structure and how the two offices work practically. Yes, thank you.
You think the law should be amended?
Nominee, yes, Mary?
Important concern. Through you, nominee, there's a lot of wastage of resources through litigation. MDAs taking each other to court, departments in one institution taking each other to court, and government ends up losing a lot of money.
Now we're approaching, there's immense interest in the public in this process. We have received less than, we have received 25 messages. You have talked, you have answered. And, sieve out a few, put them to you before I come to one or two things. Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Speaker, I think and when I went through them, cover two that have been answered, actually have not been answered yet. One, it says includes outdated laws that are inconsistent. This. The other one, agreements, it's on judgment. industries. The third one is a gentleman who's from Western jail. He has served a sentence for 10 years. Therefore, to be released. Agreement that's supporting Kenya and Indonesia in order to go as Attorney General Kihara Kariuki as the current luck and help him get out of jail. And the other was Kenya School of Law. You've already answered it, but the person has just different from what the other saying, that Kenya School of Law as designed to be students who had learned civil process, criminal process, but today to the Kenya School of Law procedure at degree level. The Kenya School of Law, they studied for 3 years, examined, and then they passed it at degree level, diploma level. It's just a scheme by those in the School of Law. So this is some are questions, some are statements, but you can comment on that. Thank you.
The first one was that the framework many it is true. I serve as a commissioner at the Kenya Law Reform Commission, and the Kenya Law Reform Commission is going to fall under the Attorney General. There is an initiative now of checking absolute law and not responsible with an initiative. Example of criminal laws, we still have there's one called crimes at all. So initiative by the Law Reform Commission, because most of the young and these are not
you still have vagabonds. That you to the only evidence that you didn't have money.
Speaker, sir, these laws were made during the movement of Africans. On their way, we have to relook at, and it is our view as many laws. The Commission is working on it. As the Attorney General initiative about the trade agreement of the matter, so I'll not be able to facts and the law where the challenge custody for 10 years. Unfortunately, Honorable who spearheaded for Prisoners Act. So agreement is what is missing. Issues of Kenya's some of these issues being brought forward reports are part of the 2 legislation I remember.
Thank you. Yes.
As a clarification, her introduction, her performance in the. I had taught mean that touting. The office of ODUOR
Honorable Speakers and honorable members, when approaching a decision, apart from sufficient, apart is a non-move crime, where you just at a police at our jail because the matatu for that circles is allowed that, and I repeat again that not all cases where there is prosecution.
That is correct. Now, nominee, in the old have been succeeded by used to have local courts for dealing with licensing and so on. Help generate revenue, so did not carry penalties every level. The clock the office of General is a big law firm. Especially involving the state. So the Attorney General's office will have no dog in that. Would you consider a situation where you refuse of the Attorney General? Yes. And you are allowed to defend them at instead of expensive. Thirdly, the office of when we talk about the office of public trustee is critical in helping the poor, the weak in society, who are routinely dispossessed of their inheritance by those who have capacity and money because they cannot afford to have legal representation. Some of them go to chiefs. Chiefs also have their own weaknesses, and so on and so forth. How will you revamp the office of the public trustee to be able to help to the public that you exist and what you can do, that people know where you are, who you are, and how to come to you for assistance, so that they can be able to deal with their inherent. Thirdly, question, nominee that you have addressed. You remember the mega country, Anglo-List, Goldenberg, name it. Defense is always the Attorney General. Attorney General advised, signed, and billions of shillings, manner in which the from the coffers go scot-free. Going to do differently. Every single government ends up risk for paying well, and that's what started there, and eventually they scatter into private. What will you do to attract them and do the best for the country?
Honorable Speaker, just a quick. A company is specific. Is having case that take the company under liquidation. It is the comment.
Finish that first. You don't even you deal.
Honorable Speaker, the ODP prosecution to other agencies mandate.
Public make it.
That is it with other actors, see whether that can be employed. Taken to the counties, and they're working on it. Complex agreements. If you find favor with me, the Attorney General must consult with Cabinet to agree to be standards. Their central place, which changes quality assurance. What we talk about a matter of quality. There is a need that every public officer who acts on behalf of government, acting in the and in the interest of administration of justice. So there is a need towards quality, and then ensures that the decision making or the regulation that is super agreement and MDAs is monitored. Action is taken.
There is a 64-page document compiled jointly by the Ministry of Government 16 county public participation, which could be of help to the Attorney General nominee in clarifying public participation should entail. I'll give you one more. Ask the AG whether she envisions a criminal justice system where all parties are legal in cases where accused parties is it possible to have a public defender. Ask the AG having Kenya's law office to death. And that is a compliment. By the Gen Z, the issue of realization of the right to vis-a-vis the role of security enforce order. Continuing to be done to ensure the real of the right to picket sense of public order. Respond to those.
Thank you, Honorable Speakers and Honorable Members. About a matter that has been pending in the office of the DPP for 4 years. I'm not seized of the matter, so I'll not be able to. How the Attorney General will help poor people who have lost. Honorable members, I talked about one of the recovery agency is to recover money attainted from criminals, even if they are not prosecuted. This is an area that the Attorney General, if these cases are not viable through the system, then they have to be dealt with and confiscation, and will 64 pages. If
you will look for it.
I will look for it.
Yeah.
Honorable
supporting not only the people of the country, whatever departments you call, people need help.
That is true. I agree. About protest by the Gen Z, which had spoken about a requirement attribute of the rule of law that laws must be available, accessible to the people. Sign language. One
mention about and so on.
Yeah.
Constitution. If you go to a country like UK, every single day, but they have designated. If you go to UN, I'm sure you have gone to attend meetings. Just across the street near the Trump Tower and other buildings there, there's a place there where people stand there, shout at presidents of countries they don't like, and do all sorts of things the whole day without disrupting law and order, and they end up going home. In the UK, you go to Hyde Park, insult the Prime Minister, insult everybody, say your obscenities, you finish, you go home, and nobody bothers. You go to the House of Commons, across the road you find a group of people demonstrating, displaying placards. Work is going on. As Attorney General, how do you, by law and public awareness and communication, assist the country that those who want to demonstrate and make their views known have the right to do so, but they have no right to disrupt the life cycle of others? We should not have a situation where, because I want to demonstrate, you have to close your shop. Because I want to demonstrate, you have to close your school. Because I want to demonstrate, you have to abandon your work and go home early, or not leave your house at all. Demonstrations are not supposed to be nightmares. There are processes of people actively. As Attorney General, what's your view on this?
Honorable Speakers and members, Honorable Speaker, you have assisted me in answering that question. Communication and public awareness, both to the law enforcement agencies and to the citizen. I know that should there be a public demonstration, when you commit a criminal offense, you take individual responsibility for your action. Therefore, picketing and committing criminal offenses is different. But I agree that there is a need for clarification, public awareness, and sensitization on the parameters of exercising those rights under the Constitution, since they don't fall under those rights that cannot be derogated. Thanks.
Yes, Madam Master.
Chairman, I want to ask a question that has been sent to me by a Kenyan. Honorable nominee, the question is, how would you intend sanctions enforced effectively, including of companies? This can give creative challenges in the registration of local companies, in the economic growth and investment. Reforms to implement. How will you ensure that these reforms reduce transparency without compromising the integrity of the registration process?
Yes, nominee, can you answer those and those with any other member to
business registration? If confirmed, it would be mandatory to re-engineer the processes and procedures to make sure that it provides time-efficient services appearing before with the challenges that they face. So I'm not able to say exactly. Remind me of the first from the Kenyan.
Sure.
And the regulation of release.
Honorable members of this committee, I am among the Kenyans that there was a task force and they have presented their report to the president. If confirmed to this position, you will be part of the responsibility to implement.
Thank you for coming to the end of the engagement with you. Final questions. Any integrity-related report or investigations?
No, sir.
Do you hold a position in any?
No, sir.
Do you hold citizenship of rather than K. What is your net worth in terms of personal fortune?
Yes, sir. My family net worth, my late husband died. We have not distributed amongst my children. Family worth is 85 million.
85 million.
I have an OGW, Kenya, EBS, Elder.
85 million is
made of
cars. Is it land?
Part of it is land.
It houses.
It is land.
Is it shares.
It is houses and a car.
There are people who send in memorandum against you. One called Matindi, Dennis Kangeti, Charles Idaho. We find the memorandum against you all irrelevant to your being suitability. There's one that came through questions and you responded. So, and
Honorable Speaker,
the document them to be in order.
I am an alumni role and higher leadership. It is a new program which is designed to fish. This program, like its predecessor, is meant patriotism, holding society, and unwavering evidence-based transformation of varied leadership position. I am of that program, and we are
the name of the title of the course.
By Kenya School of Government, and we are only from Somali, and consider because we go through that course. And Honorable Speaker, sir, from what I have said, it is clear that I've been favored and graced. This country has done a lot to me, and I think I owe the country service. Thank you.
Thank you, nominee DORCAS Agik ODUOR. We've come to the end of this interaction, and unless you are otherwise lawfully held, you are discharged to go back to your duties.
Thank you.
Sergeant, you get first the documents of the nominee and give them back to her. Then assist the nominee to escort her back to. And I see you're armed with Tom Onyango, senior lawyer, senior to you but junior to me. Thank you. Honorable members, we got an accolade from a gentleman called Linus Kaikai, which you all know. He says, very well done. You are more judge here than speaker. I must say you are running such a just and fair court. That is not my compliment, it's for all of you.
Coming from Linus, definitely.
Yes. Honorable members, we'll now adjourn. This is the end of today's engagement. We will, the clerk has some lunch for you. The fourth estate members, you're invited. You'll be told where to have the lunch. You will meet honorable members in this chamber on Tuesday at 8.